Hello, chat. Hello. How are we today? Are we chilling? Are we vibing? Are we pogging? Are we having a wonderful time? I hope so. But how would I know? Really? I'm just a plant. I'm just a plant who sits here and is hyped for fucking DAWNTRAIL, man. I've wanted this for so long. For so long. Y'all made me wait 2 extra days. DAWNTRAIL is right. DAWNTRAIL is spitting. I'm still asleep? No, I'm Viv. But good try. You know what made you do anything? You put this on us? Listen, you wouldn't watch as many times. Number less big if I don't wait. Hi, chat. I'm so happy to be here. Maxie! Are you doing this to me? What happened? This is the most overwhelming stream start. This is bright and early. Just right away. You know what? That's fine. You just get him out of the way now. So you don't throw him at me during the big, sad MSQ moments when I'm crying my fucking eyes out. You just come up to me, beat me to death with sticks. Yeah, like that. Maxie put their whole savings into that. Yeah, he fucking did. Maxie, thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you. You're the absolute hero. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Alright. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're here. The head trauma and smile. I guess it's time. It's time. Yeah. Chat, I made this fit. I made this fit for DAWNTRAIL. I was gonna make myself big and stare into your soul, but you beat me to death instead. What if I just, like, refuse to acknowledge you? Will you stop then? That's what, like, you just, like, ignore your bully, right? That's what you're supposed to do? What if I just, like, don't acknowledge chat? Will that stop the bullying? Or will it only make it increase? Because all you want is my attention. I chuckle either way. Fuck. We're going. Judgment Scythe, I missed you in all those messages. Hi, hello. Hi Lob, hi Maxie, hi Crazy, hi Slash. Hello anyone I missed. I hope you are all doing swell and fantastic. Because I sure should have. I'm so excited for this. I've been having fucking dreams. All I hear from people is that it's phenomenal. Is that it's just incredible. Ah! Love, what the fuck? Love, what the hell, man? Thank you! 10 gifts! Oh my god, thank you so much! No! I was just free from my prison. Question, how hard to simp for Wook? I don't know. Like, a lot so far. I don't, like, more probably than now. I'm back in the fucking building again! I'm gonna take a bite of my sandwich. You have to wait now. Because I'm taking a bite of my sandwich because I'm being- I'm being bullied. That's why. That's why I'm taking a bite of my sandwich. I'm ready for I'm ready for Irie to come in. I'm ready for Irie to come in here and just, like, beat my ass. That's all. That was that whole statement. Okay, now I'm taking a bite of my sandwich. That's a good sandwich. Take my sweet ass time. La di doo di da. That sandwich is full of Twitch chat. Why? Just because I'm eating your kind doesn't mean... Finally got logged back in after being DC'd in the final dungeon. Not like this! Okay, I'm going. It's time. Welcome back, Vivian. I just had word from Aaronville. I'm doing MSQ as a frog, I guess. It seemed he's managed to secure passage to Tural aboard a guild-ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Finish the third dungeon. I'll have to hope it keeps you ahead of streamers. You see how quickly I'm going? We've already been going for 10 minutes. I've gotten through a single dialogue box. I think I'm gonna be doing Dungeons with Tress 2 talk. The 0.1% wipe is wild, though. That's pretty crazy. God, man. The graphics update brings me such joy! So much. So many of them. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Aaronville himself. Yeah, I did talk. My machine wasn't one that was affected by it, but I tried it anyway. Ah, you're all here. It took some precaution, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There'll be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. He is beautiful! He's gorgeous! That's fine, Aaronville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. Aaronville changed in the sense that his eyes are different like everybody's. His eyes are different, his bone structure is different in his face. There's a few other, like, lighting things that are just general changes, but, yeah. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tural, yes? We have not forgotten. The nation of Tulialal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstitution, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about its myriad cultures, about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, The sorts of insights that might help out our friends in Ilsabad. But we'll pursue that goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kryle? Yes. As far as we can determine from an older missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we've no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter? The earring. Oh my god, Viv. Holy shit. It's MSQ! Learn to read, girl! Explained the earring which accompanies the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Oh my god. We won't make you Dawn Servant by sitting here talking about it. Ha! A woman of action! Right then. If we are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. She has a really cool axe. I really like her axe. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that in the past, but I do. I'm a fan of the axe. I'm an axe enjoyer. Axe liker. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. I like that plan, buddy man. You enjoyer of axe? I know. What's your important question, my dear? What you got for me? Lighting good! Lighting good! See the 96 crafter caster gear? Is it the oh,
I can feel your excitement.
the like gimp gear? is that what we're talking about? If so, yes.
For once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Then yes, I have.
Do not be so quick to relax.
Okay.
Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels.
I'll show you my countless wait. What? Admiral Bullfishwin! I love the way he said her name.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Disappointingly
Either
so.
way, the two of you
See
have
his babe.
first-hand experience.
Oh my god, Kryle's face. Oh my lord. You look good. You look good, Kryle. You're killing it. Oh, Jesus Christ. She's so pretty. Good for her.
Which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Textured potato. Not just any potato. Oh, what are you looking at?
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
It's nothing new to us.
Aboard! We're casting off!
On aboard!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need.
I can teleport back here whenever the fuck I want. The answer's no, most likely. I'm sure my inventory is clogged as shit right now, actually. Boat! Boat!
And so does our ship cast off from the docks.
Goodbye!
As Cattenrand did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent.
Bye, Fortuno. Man, move those arms around. Get some cardio in. Show some, some, like, appreciation that we can see from all the way over here, maybe.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me! Walk la mat!
Yeah! Oh my god, she's so pretty. I'm gonna die! This is the same game that I was playing last week. She does look gorgeous. I know! Look at she's swooning in the background. Damn straight. So why I was crying about your more. Yeah, no, I get it. I see. I understand. If there's any more shots like that in the, you know, more so than in the first 5 minutes of the MSQ, yeah. I am gonna scream every time that happens and you will not be able to stop me. I guess you could mute me. You could do that. That would be mean though. Please don't. I'll eat you in exchange. How about that?
Smooth sailing so far.
Smooth sailing so far. As long as I get to look at you, the sailing will be. That was not the voice I was expecting to come out of that guy.
But this sea, she's a fickle.
She's a fickle one.
One moment,
Calm one moment, blow the gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
I'm sorry, I need a moment. Oh my god, he is so pretty. Sailors V are going full ahoy babies. I mean, that's how, like, limbs of pirates have been since the beginning of time. Everyone looks so good!
Now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
It's a lot of blue. I'm gonna fucking die!
Some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before.
Oh
Several
my
times, in
God.
fact.
I need her to
I was
look at
able to
me
learn
like
a
that
few things about Tural
constantly.
and the right of
Please.
succession.
Tell me about the right of
Since we
succession.
still
I'm
have
paying
a
it.
long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself?
Every time anyone looks at me, I just like sink into the earth. I can't.
Did you look out across these same waters, grandfather?
Baby. Califaldesian FF5. She's already crying, we got her. No, it's all they have to do in any scene. I don't care how terrible the writing is. I don't care. If you show Viv doing a sad face about it, I will start to bawl. I will lose my mind. It's going to happen. Let me... Fontaine? Fontaine. Hmm? Oh, this will be my first visit to Toral. Fontaine's the name. I was working at STM's Aesthetics in Ulda, you see, but my employment with them it came to an end. That's why I visited Shadian, in the hopes of starting over. When I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized a chance to board this vessel when I overheard the room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, so the Tulia seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Based on the name, I expected Ashgardian, and I don't think that's what he is, but he's French now. I see when Eorzea before. You great and famous there. I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's becoming impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. Like the record about where the Mamulja come from? Yeah, that's fair. Not like they can have it, though. I'm not complaining. I was merely pretending to be dumb. My store? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the heroic journey of the great Ketinram. You know, first Eorzean to set foot in Tural almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja leader is said to have welcomed Ketinram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Popotos, tomatoes. It's so weird that tomatoes didn't change, the potato did. That my brain bothers me. My brain is bothered about it. Since in 1333Q, should have gone to Dynamis. Should have came and lived with me! Which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. Do you want potos? Pototos or something. Yes, that is what I wanted. Exactly. The tales say Ketinram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. But even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end as testimony to the ocean's peril. Well, I don't get to learn about Lalafell Gleaner, what the hell? An adventurer, I presume. I'm a merchant myself, based in Ul'dah. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For Makote, the Hetsaro, the Hrothgar's Baral. I'm doing my best. I'm trying really hard, I promise. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. Thank you for the social lesson. I don't have TikTok to learn it from in this universe. Do you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 Clements to the right of succession, your young Wuklamat being one of them, of course. From what the Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. None too many keen to risk their coin on the 3rd promise. Intriguing. Oh, I can just go back to old Charlian if I want. Turn the boat around. We're going home. We're leaving. Wuklamat, I changed my mind. Did you learn anything of interest? A decent chunk. Oh, hadn't even heard about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Erinville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Sandwich bite! Ah! The weather turned sour real quick, huh? Real speedy like.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
Oh, poor baby, no! Oh, baby. Queue waiting is kind of what you expected. Oh, there was like a, you know, everyone got kicked off of all of NA. Like, everybody's logging back in. This is not a normal thing.
I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Oh my god, we need to... Does anyone have a Dramamine for Wuklamat?
Is that
Yeah.
what seasickness is?
Erinville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
I was curious about this. Please tell me.
The Shetona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Tural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother,
Ah! Alright, what am I killing? Let me fight the storm. Trial 1 is now.
Oh dear.
Ah! That was a good scream. Viv channeling her inner American, ready to shoot the hurricane. Damn straight! Let me fight the storm! I bet I'm gonna have to click on some ropes. That's my guess.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since.
Erinville's doing the VO for the zones. That's what I'm assuming that was.
The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy.
That's awesome if
sending
so. Good
sailors
choice.
tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
I'm come to help, let me help!
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning.
Why did we not do this earlier? Oh, the lighting on my baby! On my little baby girl!
She must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
It's literally fucking Leviathan, man.
Voklama, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another.
No,
soldier
baby!
distress.
You went home from grocery shopping, you realize something, you need to know if it's true? What's up? As we all know, I am the arbiter of truth.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural.
No, it's true. That's literally why we knew how to do it, was because of Leviathan. It's good. It's a good callback. I like it.
In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
You feel after you've seen a bit more to make their... Sure. Alright. Okay. I like that plan. Hey, yeah, I know you have a new lighting engine. I'm aware. Thank you for making it clear. But it looks very nice. Girl, sleeping like that is not good for your back. Really isn't. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bing bong. Hey Mia! Howdy! Sound like you speak from experience? Oh my god. No, I can fall asleep in any position imaginable. I can fall asleep, like, standing up. She's so pretty! Gah! Cats are made of liquid. She can sleep however she likes. I'm a plant, thank you. I guess I do have a cat's body, though. That is the case.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air?
Oh, you're feeling better. I'm glad.
Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground.
She's a cat. She's gonna have back problems.
Can't be much farther now, can it?
My heart melts every single time it pans to any character. Any of them. They're all so pretty.
Land must be near. Not that we'll hold out a while longer.
I need him. I need him now. Bring him down.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
No, Wuklamad is a very strong...
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall.
I'm not a
He's
furry,
fair
but...
enough. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
That's kind of the whole vibe with her now.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then
It is a
we
lot
will
of
delay in
Final
reaching
Fantasy
land.
XIV as a whole, in
Ships have to lower
general,
anchor somewhere
but you
from
know.
shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Okay, I come. Not a furry? Okay. That's awesome. It's really awesome that you're not. It really is something that someone who isn't, that is something that they would say. Weak for a girl with big shoulders and thick arms? Damn straight.
Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway.
Yeah, I bought it. Absolutely. I did. You got me.
If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm.
Well, you are a beast of a good time.
Everyone started to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Matt looks a bit too much like a cat for me.
Then I better
I
knock
don't-
you
I-
down.
I don't know where she falls on the scale. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell for me.
Easy,
Oh!
stomach. Easy.
Babe, you're okay. I promise. I don't know. I think she's hot as shit. Coward!
You're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's show off, shall we?
Oh my god. The water looks really good too. This whole game is just an absolute fucking work of art now.
Blue seas, clear skies.
Hey,
and
this
boundless
is the
possibilities.
trailer! You can't
Dare say
fool
our
me.
destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
It's the trailer!
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
Ah,
At last,
baby,
we
with
have
her
come to
hair
the
in the
land we call
wind.
New world.
Hair in the
To my
wind.
home, Tural.
Ta-da. Hair having more than 3 pixels than it is a game changer, 100%. Massive change. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. DAWNTRAIL. DAWNTRAIL. I'm so excited. This is the best zone in the whole game. It's the best zone in the whole game. Oh my god. It's the best zone in the entire fucking game. Day is better? Oh my god. Okay. I like smooth jazz in the game. I like smooth jazz city zone. I'm very here for it.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but
Talking with a guy that's well traveled in Latin America. Apparently the city's supposed to be referenced as Panama. I've been there. I was like 3 months old, but I was there.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Varney feathers in
Oh
that
my
before.
god. Oh my god, they're so pretty. Holy shit.
You'll find much here.
I never realized that the Vanu Vanu were like colored when they showed them before.
Visitors to Tulichola are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly.
It's okay, Mia. We know you hate him.
Full sail with Lomesa merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I'm here to start shit. I'm here to stir the pot.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Of all the flowers, I am one of the more toxic ones, that is for sure.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Forms? You forget who you're traveling with?
Kraz like, but what about the homework? Oh my, hi. Hello, you.
Visitors to Tural?
Yeah, we are. Hi. You're cool looking.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents.
Down,
seeking to
girl.
foment trouble.
It's gonna be
What
me with
brings
every
you to
character talk.
Tulichola?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
What?
Sir Promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well.
Please, accept our apologies.
Oh, he's cute. I like him.
No need to bow and scrape.
No need to bow and
Our
scrape.
soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
With
We'll be
pride
continuing our
during
patrol.
pride. Holy shit, Muklamat, this game is going woke.
well, well, you really are a figure of authority here.
Pride is over for you. It means I have to die. Yeah, that's the rule. Once Pride's over, you die. That's how it goes. Sorry. Well, you really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first.
Can't replace pride with sloth. Exactly. No, yeah, for sure. I follow. I'm better for the pit, but...
I bid you welcome to Tulichola.
Thank you, Muklamat. Thank you. It's mean. I don't know if we're cool like that yet. Crazy shows up just in time to post a link. I wonder what kind of trouble the soldiers are expecting. Ah, it's so nice to feel that familiar breeze again. Wasn't sure my stomach would make it. Put a curse upon you, never forgive your bloodline. What an amazing city. It's lively as Ultan, even more colorful. According to Erenville, the Vanu I thought I saw belongs to a clan known as the Hanu Hanu. Seems they share more than a physical resemblance. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are. Safe and sound. Here we are. We talked about it a smidge, but the quest accepted sound and the quest complete jingle, good. They're solid. I like them. We saw him with the Viper and Picto quests. But we still like him. Right then. First things first. Ugh. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the Rite of Succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Not the bloodline extermination. That's a new warrior skill, right? Aha! We were wondering who the strange folk were. So the third promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers. It's a new me skill. Look, Lamat. Are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick, no sir. As for my handpicked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the Rite of Succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. But that sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Give me a fit! Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance. But you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you are a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. I like their clothes. I like them. They did have a point. Muklamant is technically royalty here. Like it or not, the person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then. Vivian, you and Kryle come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've gotten a good look around. The voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Oh, I will. Oh, I will. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Buklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Poor baby. Yeah, but I haven't played the game yet. I can't watch it yet, Mia. I'm so sad. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Erenville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal water, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Coming over, banning me from DAWNTRAIL until I finish Elden Ring. I mean, I've finished Elden Ring, I just haven't played the DLC. Most of the incoming traffic is from Tural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off by the merchant stalls at the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, the Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Come on, Krylan out, company! Both of them! All two! All both! Yeah, well, the DLC is goaded. I'll get there! I'll do it one day, I promise. I promise. I can't right now, though. It's Final Fantasy time. This is Bayside Bevy, Tulialal's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, right. I should mention here in Tulialal we buy things with the Pel, a currency the Pellu created. But don't worry, much and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also, oh boy, Wakumeki Meki? Another market to the east of here. But that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, let's head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the looks on your faces. Gonna look for Aetherites to click on. I found one. Bayside Bevy Marketplace. I wish I could fucking wing glide to players so bad. I want that change now. Now! If you're gonna take away the jump, at least make it enemy only. Or not enemy only, I suppose, would be the correct thing to say. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tulialal. I think I told you before, but my brother, Koana, spent 3 years studying in Sharlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once. He built one immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Tural. Let's make a stop at Blight Bloom Post along the way, though. Bright Bloom Post. Holy shit. That's the headquarters for the Lance Guard. Floof Estrelos! Yeah, I'm the same way, Slash. I have like a basic idea based on the way I have heard them said in the MSQ and stuff. But don't ask me to spell them ever. Please. That is a heartfelt request. I don't think this is the right way. I just fucked again. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now why Wuklamot gets her endless endurance. Keep fighting normal-ass names? I'm seething! What you got? What'd you find? Anything particularly terrible? Or just more? Worse in quantity? Clarissa. Listen, at least that one has like an air of elegance to it, right? Like, that could be hella fantasy. It's very, like, high European, you know? A kind of coded royal name. The Gunbreaker Dash is the same, that's why you hate it. Yeah, the Dark Knight one is 2. The Viper one is like Thunderclap, though, and lets you go to allies. We are here, a bright bloom post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tulialal and providing the peace. The Lance Guard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Ja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alice should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Skygate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. Alright, Slash, how's Cypher Lion Court? Is that acceptable? Is that allowed? I did this right. I know I want her to be happy. Smile, little girl, it's okay. We're gonna do it. We're just gonna go through the MSQ and it's gonna be okay, I promise. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Akhui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually 2 separate continents. Yaktural, the southern lands of the mother, and Zaktural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long ago the 2 gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiac. But getting back to Zaktural, those lands are also part of the Tulialal nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of 2 continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa had traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to earn the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Zaktural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Then I'll make sure you win. Mark my words. You really mean that? What to anyone who stands between you and adventure? They put her on the screen again. We must have covered half the city by now. Tulialal is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Weapon! Weapon! Weapon Quaffa! It's less than the relic! That's okay. Understandable, have a nice day. We can put it on something there. Yeah, we'll put it on my bitch. Sure. Kablam! New stick! New stick! New stick! What the fuck is that inventory? I need to put my materia 10 somewhere, huh? Yeah? You in 2 days to clean? You in 2 days to shut the fuck up and look at this right now! Blow up? No, you! You first! I will if you do. I don't want to do this on Stinky White Mage. Lob plays White Mage, it's stinky! We'll head what's next towards the Arc of Dawn. The Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the west. On the way? Oh my god. Vivian Min. Read your goddamn words. In the best white man you know, goated with the sauce. Okay, just because it's true doesn't mean I don't get to yell at you! Head west towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too. Tulialal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get to buy. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. I would like to, please. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as you walk. Come! Come with me! We go! The sun's coming up. I'm gonna get the daytime theme I've heard so much about. Oh. You were not kidding when you said big band, huh? Oh no, it's so fucking good. Holy shit. It's so fucking good. Oh my god. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yaklui temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Zaktaral to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean torrent. After Yaklui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically at the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of the houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tulialal. We'll climb the sets of stairs here, all the way up. Here? I don't think so. I don't think that's what they're referring to. Unless she is? I don't know. Oh, is she? She is. She totally is. I'm a liar. This is giving me something vibes. What with all the stairs and whatnot. Skyrim, I guess. We'll complain you have about the city is it's not easy to navigate. I mean, once you get all the aetherites, it's not like that really matters, right? Papa's palace is called Valakshunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Okay, I hope you let me click on the aetherite when I'm there. Ba-ba-da-ba. There's one. Let me dash to it, please. Patch. So, this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Octoral clans. The Mulja, Zabral, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tonowauta, Hetsaro, and Shatona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Zaktaral. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. A true representation of Tulialal's diverse character. The theodolmens in each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba. Whee! What do you mean difficult to navigate? I navigated it so efficiently. And here are the rituals. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tulialal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana bought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since then, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about the rituals. The Arch of Dawn awaits! Okay, I want to click on this real quick though. I'm very sorry. I apologize. You got blue rocks for me to click on. Ba da ba da ba ba da ba. Could I perform a similar technique here? By chance? I don't need to, there are stairs. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Is it that they're referring to? I don't see a drum. Is it that? I guess it's that. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Land's Guard return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scalding, let me tell you. I think that was the time when Papa held me upside down by the ankle. Yay, corporal punishment. Yay! I guess it is. I guess that is what they're referring to. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba! This is it. The Arch of Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Tural Landscape. But when Papa founded Tulialal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. The gate is Kozama Uka, the wetlands south of the city. Through the gate is Kozama Uka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozama Uka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Alpaca! Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome, four-legged fiends. Fearsome. They seem quite placid to me. Make sure to kiss the alpacas goodnight. Alright. You'll learn soon enough, Kyle. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. For once, I feel like Viv is like dressed for the occasion. Like, this is a valid thing to be wearing. If you wish to learn the history of Tulialal, then look no further. Those stone pillars, you mean? Wait. I can't forget. I almost did. I promised I wouldn't. Alright, Slash, are you satisfied? Is that what you wanted? Was that the desire? What's so special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see that there's something much more interesting. I'll get information. Cannot be skipped! Okay. This is a cute little theme! It's cute! Ba, 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 ba. Pictures. Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamulja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exports of my father, Google Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tulialal saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tulialal came to be. Study them as long as you like. Oh, I will. Oh, this is cool. Okay. This one recounts the lay of her past. As you can probably tell, the picture depicted here is the Zabral. Is of the Zabral, like me, which is Hrothgar. For decades, the Zabral and the Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Yachtel. The actions father took ended that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tulialal. There's a clan of Hrothgar in Bosnia known as the Hedians. In their society, the women rule as queens, and men serve as devoted servants. Yet here in Tural, Zabral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. That's awesome. Okay, good. I got the lore I wanted. I got the lore I wanted about Femhroths and rarity. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer, Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Ketenram. That's the one. Ketenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It is said the two grew to become close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood. But no one is sure what became of the explorer in later years. Ketenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eosia as well. The records say he travelled between Åland and Yos for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Feel like all this is going to be important. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Koza Mauka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. The Goblins? The Goblins! Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story when Papa visited the Hanuhano in their village in Kuzamaoka. Ah, the people Alphanome is almost mistook for Vanu Vanu, if not for the colourful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I do not know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous, and a lot of fun. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Yeah! We go! I have to drink water, though, because that's a lot. Ah, the layer of proof that the big fellow is of the Yaktoi, the largest of the Tural peoples. Okay. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish dominion encompassing all of Yaktaral. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Zaktaral. You recall the massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkopacha. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? I'm sure we'll find out. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is Urkopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tulialal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they're clever and calculating traders. I wonder which ones are the Allied Society quests. Which is what they're called now. Oh! This one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter in Tulialal's history. Whatever that may be. I bet I'm gonna be on that at the end of the X-Pack. Oh, this one is my favorite. The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral, Valigarmanda. Oh, Valigarmanda's a Tural Vidral. Oh, okay. That's some points from the Reaper class quests that are important. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Chitaru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Valigarmanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the Urkopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valigarmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tulialal's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Had your fill of history then? Yes, thank you. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while, but now I think I'm ready to eat again. Let's go and have ourselves a bite of local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. The Warrior of Light Nod. I wonder if any MSQ happens over here. did that one. Elusive Jump has a cooldown, Viv. If you ever had tacos, they're a Talilal classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Zabalyav. Zabalyav Ties. Zabalyav Ties. Oh boy. Zabalyav Ties. The best. And I need one in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Baruch Evu. Baruch Evu. Ba ba da ba da ba. Ba ba da ba da ba. I love when they are red. Baruch Evu.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos.
I must sample your heavenly tacos.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friend.
Only the best for us! Her smile brings me happiness.
Seems that overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing.
Oh.
Including their leader.
Do we know the Silver Scales? We heard that name before. Ah!
Aye. And now keen to
Is that the same guy? I think that's the same guy.
Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
Well, now their plot. You hate when you make a mistake and then your plot.
City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale, like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
We're already sussing, like 3 quests in.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Our crunchy spoils!
Oh.
No! No!
If it isn't the third promise.
If it isn't the 3rd promise.
No.
What? Do not be mean to her. Do not be mean to her!
I don't know these ones. New salt.
You're gonna be salt in a second.
From foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
I hate him.
The third promise remembers us. Such an honor.
Glory on
I'm
your
going to
name,
stab my
brother.
spear through both of your heads and make a lizard kebab.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no
Ah.
ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling house cat, we are blessed siblings. The elevated chosen.
What the fuck?
We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn
Well, it's
Servant.
already killed one 2-headed Mamulja. We have?
all peoples are equal in Tulihyora.
I'm gonna feel stupid when you
Your
tell me.
heritage gives
But
you
we
no
have?
greater claim to the throne.
Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
Mm.
None of this has any
Wanderer's
bearing
Heart.
on
Oh,
the
the
right to
final boss.
succession,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Best not
You're
waste
so
your
right.
energies on pointless scuffles.
It's okay, I'll gut you soon enough.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Okay, Kryle, you can be the one to gut him. I don't need it.
Listen to me, you.
House cat counter 1.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Oh.
Are there other two-headed
Gotcha.
claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common.
No, I'm not gonna
Mamulja
say
people
good, but
largely
like,
belong to one of three clans.
but,
The
you know,
Hubio,
but, who we go?
Bunewa,
Bunewa?
and the Dopro.
Dopro.
Every once in a great while.
Gives the
two
vibes
headed
of an 80s
offspring
teen
is
movie
born
villain.
from a
Yeah, the
union
ones who deserve to
between
be
the
gutted.
brown-scaled
Yes,
Hubiko
exactly.
and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Blessed siblings indeed. Dungeon boss.
Forget
Dungeon
them.
boss material.
Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me
That's
of
why
this
you were
bad
asking if
taste in
house
my
cats were a
mouth.
thing in 14? I guess they are, right? And like, I guess they have to be.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamart know.
Viv is so cute. Yeah. Isn't she? Isn't she just?
Destiny calls.
Like every single
Perhaps
cutscene, I
we can
like
return
just
for more
I start to
tacos
like
later?
drift and just lose myself in her eyes.
So it goes.
There's a quest where you rescue cats from an illegal breeder. I guess they're canon. I guess they're real. Blah. Ow. Every time I get out of a cutscene and it's just like boop da boop da boop da boop da. I love it so much. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tulihyora cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter or even the eastern side of Talon March if you prefer. Now that you'll have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volok Shunsa. Ah, my poor empty belly. Go get another taco, it's right there. Okay. Ba-da-ba! I'm gonna run and grab this one, because I don't think. This one over here in this here corner. Ba-da-ba! Labrys Dawn Shadow. Great fucking name. Ba-da-ba! Okay. I guess I'll go here. And then up from here. Yeah. Easy peasy, I get it. I get it! Ba-ba-ba! St. Johndon! Johndon these nuts! This is neat. This is cool. I like this. I wanna have a solo duty instance fight right there. Nice fucking doors. Nice automatic ass doors. Holy shit. It's pretty in here. It's gorgeous. They have upped their game with, like, stone textures. You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait on us forever. Give! I'm just gonna keep giving white mage gear because I think it needs it the most. Wow. Nice fucking color scheme. Alhenvin! 7 more cutscenes to play in sequence already? Okay! That was quick. I've acquainted the twins with the city the best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like hurting a pair of unruly corals. I'm with you, Kryle. I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Oh, the cutscenes are playing in sequence! Whoa. Ah! They put a Stydian in the trailer! I'm so happy! Oh my god!
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man?
Yeah.
Whenever my father's thoughts
Viv
cross the
blushing
line,
wildly.
He invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
She loves that man! She loves that man!
That will do, Spearman. I the
That was
strongest
cute.
I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
Hey.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
Is that a double entendre, Mr. Dragon Man, sir?
I see you, warrior.
No, I'm a dragoon.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
Hi!
East. This time I chose west.
This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
I'm so
You
happy
missed
to
out.
see
If
him.
you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The other head is sleeping? Damn.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati.
Lamati.
I want to hear of your adventures.
Is that a cute nickname for her?
Lamachi.
She's having the same thought.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Galul Jaja based as fuck. I'm so glad. I was worried he was gonna be asshole dad. I'm glad he's cool.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonash.
It's Erenville now, Don Servant.
Oh, wow.
I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
There was a little more in that voice than I've since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others, I assume are Lamati's recruited allies.
I want to know what's going on with him. I want to know why she's so pretty.
Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Hey, you get back here this instant. You get back here right fucking now. You're not allowed to leave. Oh, it's, yeah, right. Asshole McGee. I don't know the songs yet, I can't blah them!
The first promise, Zorolja.
Ah.
The second promise, oh no.
Oh, there he is. Green Graha.
The third promise, Uklamat.
Uklaman!
And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakun Jaja.
That guy too. And also him. Roar.
You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant.
Dawn Servant? I hardly...
I am not the man
Dawn,
I
no.
once was.
Dawn, know it. Know it.
Wiser half sleeps the days away.
Know it. Dawn, know it.
It is time I leave my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young, and so I look to the always for inspiration. The right of succession. The means
We
by
still don't
which the
really know what
altar
this
of
means,
Mamuk was
right?
chosen.
This is not Fortnite Battle Royale.
Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamucha at all.
Yeah!
So
Fucko.
I give the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a risen
Oh, the
tournament
green cat boy is...
place in the
Yeah,
contest
wait,
as
he's
the
a promise, so
winning
he's
prize.
Wuklamat's brother. I didn't even register that.
Now you have us to compete against.
We sure do.
Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Folks at my venue are calling him better, prettier Kakashi.
Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral.
He has a lovely voice. You're calling him prettier talk, and it's wild after does have a very lovely voice. Very much does. He also has a
Now for
gun,
the part you've
which...
been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Tural
And...
and find the City of Gold.
that's what we thought.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
Speak, Kona. Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact.
But...
If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Are you for us proof my unbroken word? For I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
With my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
All those years. All of them.
This was before the founding of Tuliyola. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City.
My theory is that the
I need
Golden
to have
City
you the
is,
same. But in order to achieve
Solution
victory
9.
proper, you need to break the seal I put in place.
That is my theory. I say this not with any information, but literally just from, like, the trailers and stuff. That's my thought. Man, these cutscenes are playing in sequence. Should we pin no spoilers? We can. We totally can. No spoilers. Wow. Big old tablets. Pin. Yes. Oh, they're the things from the pillars. The histories.
Saga.
Yeah.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you.
So we have to go around the continent to 7 different people
You'll have the key to unlock the
to get
seal
their
on
thing.
the Golden City's gates.
This is just a whole expansion of the Titan food feasting quest.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
That's pretty exciting. I'm excited for the new zones.
Hunting festivals, and now this. You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself. Give you a proper challenge.
Well, we know you're a dungeon boss.
You may
So
think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both. But I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
He's the fucking worst. He's just,
Right of succession
this is like the most
begins
obnoxious
now.
individual in the whole world.
Oh,
Yes, just
you
number one.
with great interest.
All the way up there. I want to throw him off a cliff.
And Clemens, remember
I
to
want
collect
him
your
to
talents
dash against
before you
his
leave.
multiple faces against the rocks below.
You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryo Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Is this Galuf stuff?
Ah,
This is gonna be Galuf stuff. It's gonna make me sad. I should have done Eureka.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here.
Her voice actress is really good.
On behalf of the students,
Doing a really good job.
I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any
You can
knowledge
hear
might
that
share?
she's like nervous about it. It's I did a good job.
no, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request, would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession.
Okay, man.
But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lama she win.
I guess we were doing that anyway.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your golden city.
Baby.
Thank
That
you
little
for your
smile was
invitation.
so good. Ah! I'm about to cry at this innocuous ass cutscene. I think Wuxie did great, but it always sounds like she's in a different room to everyone else with the way it's mixed. That's interesting. I'll look out for that. I haven't really noticed it yet.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galov.
Galov. It feels like he's sort of in the position as one of Galif's like warrior friends in FF5. And that's neat. Oh, that's a lot of entities on the screen. Are you okay, Engine? Are you doing okay? Are you fine?
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose.
Maybe I'm just crazy? No, crazy's
Sure you
crazy.
used to be part of this?
You're mid-ear. Yeah, no, it's
Our third
a
promise
little
is
late,
not
man.
one to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
Exactly, crazy's crazy. No, I want to help.
Perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil.
Literally
If you are
our whole life.
second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
I appreciate it, man, but we really have made it a long way, and I would feel really...
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it.
Fucking cry count is 1. Cry, real genuine cry count is 1. If anyone wants to keep track. We're at 1 cry. I don't know why that got me. I love this
can we hope to be
stupid
content
cowboy.
when we arrive at the end
Yes.
of one and step forward.
Graha flashback made me cry. Static Graha flashback made me cry. I've made my decision, and I mean to see it through. Jesus, if I cry at everything, you know this! You know how I am!
I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement,
Why
I
isn't
can
he
no longer
here?
conduct myself as a mere guide. I
I'm
think.
mad about it.
Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Yeah! Yeah!
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome name. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
That guy's so fucking mighty. Ugh, who the fuck are you?
Our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry.
Like, I'm
Once
very
you
sorry.
ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands.
Unless this is
please.
like a stunt from him, this is a weird time. Read the room, champ.
Take heart, tiller of the soil. The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your
God, the
pleas.
chameleon eyes are so well done.
Soralja, the first
Ba
promise,
ba
commander
ba
of the
ba
landscape.
ba ba ba.
Saralja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Bululjaja.
He's so fucking pretty, man. He's so gorgeous. Oh,
And
my
Resilient
lord.
Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
Oh! Interesting.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
For sure.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power,
His sire
first
was keeping
promise
up with
means
his
to employ
Finian
that
was when I
muscle powers he
asleep,
had conquered
so...
of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace.
Yeah,
You may
okay.
recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed
Sure,
to rule.
that's a stake.
That is Soralja. The war.
That is the stakes. Oh, Kyle, you okay, girl?
Are you alright?
The echo.
Oh, she's
It
echoing.
gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions, deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Okay. Yeah, I am also glad the Echo is still a thing. It's a very good storytelling concept for show don't tell stuff. It's good. We like the Echo. It's also the canon explanation as to why we can see AoEs before they go off, so...
Trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them.
Kyle be like, I'm an empath and his vibes are horrendous.
Wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure
Me when you fail the vibe check. And
Forgive
he
me,
is
but the
the
right of
smart
succession is barely
brain.
begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
He's smart brain, but he doesn't people. I get it.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Oh! Cool. Charlian trains.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
I like the Echo, except the time the Echo made us go back into the past to give Sin his goggles and he always wears. But we got the yeah, no. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
So it was
That's
Kona who
ARR's fault,
introduced
not
dirigibles.
the Echo's fault.
And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation.
Sure.
As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
Pretty lady! Pretty lady! Oh.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants.
Ah! Rottingham in the 4 months! Thank you so much! What an absolute hero! Thank you, thank you! Did Smasher pass this guy? Absolutely not. Get him the fuck out of here.
Different from your dawn servant. That my kind should
The rest of them? Yes, yes, yes. All three.
been so since before there was a Tuliola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders.
Thought monster fucker Viv would be all over Bakul? Yeah, but he wouldn't be all over me. You think this guy's gonna treat me well? You think this motherfucker is gonna be good in bed? No. No! Absolutely not. This kind of individual does not fuck. Okay? Like, let's make that clear. Just trying to measure your freak. Like, okay, it's not because he's a two-headed Mamulja, right? Like, that's not... No, there's nothing about that. He's just an asshole. That's all it is. Like, Morbals are, like, you know, they're mindless plant monsters. They eat people. That's, you know, is it a sin to fulfill your purpose in the food chain? No. Right? Is it a sin to be a motherfucker? Yes. Absolutely it is. Viv only takes gentle monsters? Unironically, yes. You need to have Riz. Yeah. We fuck monsters here, but the monsters need to not be the worst. Like his dad? Well, not his dad. The rest of them's dad.
Finally found peace in Tuliolal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
Tradition! Tradition!
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise.
Seems like cheating to me.
His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is.
Goliath from Gargoyles is the blueprint for Viv? Yeah, being voiced by Keith David is another way to get real high up on my list. Arbiter as well, right? Same deal.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself, but one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulcha exalted as the ruling class.
Yeah, I think, like, I know we couldn't allow, like, older brother guy to win, Zerulja. We can't let that guy to win. That was what we said. Yeah, like, that guy. I don't know why I even try. Alisate's just, like, on top of it before I can even attempt to formulate that thought. Alisate's just right into it. Yay!
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way. The Turali way.
It's so wild to go from ARR
built for us this peaceful nation,
to
and
this
we beg
stuff.
you to preserve it.
Female Mamulja, holy moly.
I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
And just like have the voice acting skyrocket in quality.
Some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that.
Among Us!
And they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid.
Hi,
She's
Namika.
been like a mother to me my whole
Nice
life.
hair.
I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Thank you. I will take good care of her, I
Did you know
promise.
Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Oh no, Luke Lamont, your marketing.
Compared to the
You
two
can't
Mamulja,
forget your
she
marketing.
excels in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
This is a wild conversation to be having 11
It's
feet from the
fine.
person you're talking
More than
about.
anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
better. Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling.
That is kind
Your
of
brothers
you.
may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
She's sweet.
Thank you, Namika.
More of like dashes next to them. Bitch. Bitch.
Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Ah! Nice old lady. Nice old lady friend. Goodbye! Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tulialal saga. Might I first suggest comparing the tablets against the pillars? We can check for any discrepancies between them. A good idea. Let's go and take a look. I don't remember where they were. Oh. Probably where the map marker is. If I had to make an educated guess. That makes everyone. Wuklamat, the tablets, if you would. Of course. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Everyone has a tablet. Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. We keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Do I have to play a spot the difference game? Please. I beg of thee. That's the Valagarmondo one, right? Yeah. I did LOL variant. I did them all. I don't think I ever did the secret ending for variant, but I never did Criterion for Mad Rockon or LOL. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn 7 said that we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electives along the way. When we have the answer here in front of us, Papa's path is all laid out in the Tulialal saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we should go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was at the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That would involve the Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. This is the split! I found the split! Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the sea about the storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Yoctoral several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as the Orzias, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. Where is he going? Where is he off to so fast? It would be prudent to ensure that we prepared for this journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. In room! I think a hair change is in order. Since we're getting in rooms anyway. For DAWNTRAIL! She's gotta let her hair down, I think, for the beach episode. That's right. The reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you finish organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Zavali of Taye. I just had the craziest sneeze of all time. That was wild. Greetings, visitors to Tulialal, and welcome to 4 Odd Cabins. Whenever you're ready, I'll show you to your rooms. Let's go! Now! Now! What do you ask, crazy? Now! How did you know I sneeze loud and hard? Damn. Not the loud and hard sneeze. This is a cute in-room! Oh my god! Oh my god! This is an amazing in-room. I love this one. This is my new favorite for sure. Holy shit. Phenomenal in-room. Like, actually 10 out of 10. Alright, hair time. I think I know which one I'm changing to. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba ba ba. Oh! There's a new setting. You can just turn off your headwear. If you want, you don't have to take off all your clothes. Alright. You, right? I think that was the one I wanted. Ba, ba. Ba, ba. Ba, ba. Yeah, we're gonna go with this. Oh my god, she's so pretty. Oh my lord, dude. Alright. This was the hair I gave her in the benchmark, and I was very here for it. I really liked it. Good. Good and content. Alright. Ba 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 da ba da da ba ba ba. Ba da ba 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 da ba da ba. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Vivian. But where are Erinville and Wuklamat, I wonder? I found them! There they are! Right over there! Oh, good, you're out here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking the initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I, too, am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act impudently, so I brought these for the two of you. Link pearls? Hi, thanks for bringing me to your country. Here's a cell phone. What's this? It's called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have! It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. The Tulial Saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of these, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought the representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Akhanu, is located in Kozumauka. The other, smaller fellow, is of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wukan Pelo, their village. Wakun Pelo. Now, as for describing which village to visit first, why don't you put your adventurous instinct of yours to work for us, Vivian, and pick our destination? Alrighty. Yep. Oh, already 91 on Dragoon? Damn. I guess I'll do this one first. So, what is it you'd like to know? The route to Akhanu. If we go south through the Arch of Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside Kazuma Uko's river. Is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart and several people are injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing. Thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. Seems like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kozamauka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in a good time, Mr. Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at the Bali of Tae. It's all been arranged. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Is this... Yeah, this is Hunt's. Sightseeing log. Alright. Ba ba da ba ba. Ba da ba ba da ba da ba 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 da ba. Are we all ready to leave? And then onward to Kazamauka. Open the way. The way looks pretty open to me, girl. Okay. That guy, one dude, just had to get out of the way. That was what was blocking our path.
Kazamauka.
Kazamauka.
It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail.
It commands the gaze during Pride!
An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer
Homophobic.
cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road on which the Dawn Trail and his comrades once traveled.
Kazamauka! The one gay to rule them all! That's me. I'm the one gay to rule them all. My god, the grass, man! Oh my god, look at it! Pretty!
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
I was just looking at the grass.
Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
No. No, it doesn't. Very pretty here.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step.
Hanu supremacy like the Destiny Sniper? Yeah, just like it.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
You can also feel the weight of the land. Bow down over the way! Bow down over the... Sure did have to solo the first boss of the third dungeon. Well, you're just the best, so it was no problem, right? This is easy peasy for you. Okay, chat, I have to pee. I have to pee and I have to get more water, so I'm gonna be right back. Right back. Crazy, you're in charge. Give me the most briefest of moments, and we will continue our MSQ adventures in a little bit. Alright, Slash, you're in charge. If anyone gets their soul taken away, take away their right to live, I guess? Yeah, sure. Okay, goodbye! I am back. I am here. Did anyone get their souls stolen while I was gone? Do I have to execute anyone? I have to eat anyone's flesh in the middle of the street. Healer has died in every single boss in this dungeon. I think they DC'd of embarrassment. They're just on strike. Don't worry about it. There's no stopping the third promises there. Good thing she is Anfield to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Yava! Hi! Hey, girl! Alright. Real quick. I got this mount, I'm gonna use it. Look at him. It's a Goobu in a fursuit. Mountain Zoo! I know. I know. Yes, yes. I have achieved one of the hardest to obtain mounts in the entire game. I am an expert at Final Fantasy XIV. I know. Ah, everyone has arrived. And none worse for wear, except the third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything! Anyway, this is the Hanuhana village I was telling you about. Okhanu. Okhanu. Like Oksandu, but over here instead. You got yours too, even in the far lands of Brazil. Let's go! Congratulations! It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they're still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Let's do what we came to do and find this elector? Elector. This is where you meet your old man? Your precious old man? Have a nice MSQ prog, Jimmy! Oh, Kali! Oh, what now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the third promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhani, welcome you to Arkanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of the elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about the electors is correct. We just do as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Oh yay! Yeah. We should poke around a bit then. We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What? You think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed as all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action, so I expected you to rush in and first, then ask questions later, or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that he's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn servant you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Ah, well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Alkanu then? Do some groundwork before the feat begins. Something like that? I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but that'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Wuglamat is the right of it. As Elder Zanuhali is a resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Aaronville, Alisay, and Kyle could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuglamat, Vivian, and myself will handle the northern half. Sounds good to me. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba! Alright. Let me click on that rock. I got a rock to click on! Gotta reach all the way in there! All the way in! Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. I'm sorry. You heard about the storm? Never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies to help the Dawn servants sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there's so much else that was lost for good. Poor babies in the storm. Poor babies in the storm. Oh, we're looking around alright. Gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. Also, I need to get travel aether currents. Nothing yet? I need to unlock them or something? A lot of cheery houses are still damaged, but the Hano I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. A lot of cheery houses. What the fuck? They're not their usual cheery selves. The storm broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm gonna look around a bit more. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba 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 ba. Dry and sunken bundles suggest the reeds were harvested some time ago. Okay. What do you see? What do your cat eyes see? Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. The boat must be woven from the same reeds I've gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu then. Wow, wow, wow! Hello? Can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We ought to hurry over too. Let's go! Taking our sweet ass time. Not the ass time!
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
That oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Soralja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Yeah, I guess they're both okay with the other one winning. Be like, it's fine. Acceptable!
I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
What is the feat?
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
Can I stab him yet?
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed.
Please!
It
Please
is
go
here,
on!
in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
That would lose with the contest?
Great importance to the Harney.
Yeah, but I would have short-term temporary emotional catharsis. You ever thought about that? I would feel validated for a brief moment before everything crumbled around me.
In every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing.
No!
How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament.
Make our food grow.
Surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
A mere trifle. Exactly. I'll water it with dragon fire.
Well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Would you address my woes, Wuglamak?
Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Would you? Prithee.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
You wouldn't dare.
Me. You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja.
A hot-headed fellow!
Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts.
Vivian, kill him! That's the next line.
Arrangements have been made.
Damn.
Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
Oh? My computer, this is everything that was connected to my computer just turned off and back on. Like instantly. I don't know what that was. My keyboard, my mouse, both my monitors, everything. My mic, my webcam. But I think it's fine. Seems good. Okay. Alright. Good. She shut his ass up, right? That's what happened?
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat
Do you really think this is gonna work, man? Like...
I wish you the best of luck.
Not a sound long-term strategy, I think.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't.
Tricks.
Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
Little Miss Mittens? Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being
I do
Master
not
so long with me has
like
rubbed off
them.
on you.
Do not like him.
These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Listen, you got 2 heads. That just means I have twice as many throats I can slit. Tomas, you're the same guy!
I'm just as qualified to be here as they are.
You are!
Show them.
You will.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Just now seeing the hair, good choice. Thank you. I figured she would put her hair down for,
I won't win against
for the
that
climate.
lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
It's fitting for the beach episode, right? Wow, wow, wow. I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bukul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Erenville, will you take us to the fields where the weeds are grown? Of course. Follow me. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ooh, yub. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength. Let us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. The dungeon was a nightmare, but you did it. You're soloing the boss. You are a hero and a winner. Boop. I ain't coming. Into it. Water contains no obvious contaminants. It looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. Okay. The soil in the patties is not as one would expect. Rich in color and suitably moist. Not dry nor flaky. Soloed boss 1, then your healer kept dying in every boss until the last one where they DC'd and never came back. You got a new healer and died again and then you finally got it. Oh no. Welcome to launch dungeons, by the way. A small frog catches your eye. Strangely... Now what on earth have you done this to me for? Red slash thing? I'm so mad at you. I can't believe you did that. I can't believe this. Camera, no! Whatever. Small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical, it doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. You weren't ready for that? You were ready for that tiny little frog bit? Goodness gracious. Golly gee whiz. seen enough. I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. I found a frog. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? Frog, 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 frog. I agree. The water looks to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs or insects are usually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. Ah! My knee! I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, you know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in the sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I failed to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True. And being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wuklamot's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know what a festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. In that big building to the north. Let's go and see it. Come on, Aaronville. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Yeah, I bet. Fix the boat, grow plants. And do a drug spider bear? Yeah. Should I keep beating this horse? Well, I've been playing a little bit of Fear and Hunger off stream, and you're very much allowed to beat dead horses in that game. And I think we should all live our lives by the lessons that Fear and Hunger teaches us. Yes, this is the float I remember. It does not appear to be damaged by you. Shall we... It does not appear... Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? Holy shit. We should take a closer look. Okay, yeah. ADHD hitting? No, I just know exactly what this minigame is asking of me. Oh dear. One of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? Because I had an awful time? Gotcha. Those tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Until like the third zone you were reading text like 3 times. Yeah, I mean it's doing the 14 expansion thing, right? Where it has to split the shit into 2 zones and it has to do really benign stuff in those 2 zones. But I think we can all agree that this bird boat is in dire need of some repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We're admiring your festival float. It's just a shame it's in such poor state due to the recent storm, I gather. Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in question, there can be no lifting of wings. No ihihana. Ihihana! That's what the festival is called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs and you want us to hold a harvest festival. I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help you give you strength to the work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But if we don't have enough materials to repair the float, we need abakiwa for the missing eye, weeple wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of those I know. Abokiha is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and weeple wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is a victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather using the furthest, using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. We've been left enervated, and we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, and we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled into our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires the stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. The float must also function as an arcane weapon. Arcane focus. I combined 2 of the lines. My fucking brain, man. Holy shit. Not built for this. That's okay. We fight and we win. Precisely what I was thinking. The boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh! Ikihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? This must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So if we repaired the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but it's a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float, a tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with the ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest fairs. Incredible! I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ikihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes. And I promise, we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to a shipwright who has been maintaining this float the last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Anase and I to acquire the feathers. We will challenge the people of Arkanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. The three of us will visit this shipwright then. About to be your favorite bit character? Hell yeah. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Oh, this is the one you were talking about, Slash? This is your old man? Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu. And certainly, let's all go together. Thanks to Muglamat, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts. Equip! Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. The shipwright's name is Wook Evil. He is a Brawl who's only moved to Kuzamuga a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu Hanu greeting? Oh, that one! Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Oakbeck Bay. Oakbeck Bay? Oakbeck Bay. To the east of here. It's not a... How do you get at the fucking ether current thing? In travel? Like, is it in here? Travel. I actually don't know. I remember they made it not a key item. But I don't remember where they put it. Collections? Under logs? Under where? You'd think I'd know this by now, right? You would think. Collections? Collections. Thank you. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, the battle music. So true. Oh, you died, huh? This is Akbebe, the village of all. Those who drift from Kazumauga to Tulialal and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the hunter. As for Wukevu, he lives and works from the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Can be challenging. Okay, but where? Northeast? North? Ah! I sees you right there. Click. Mine! Up there, I reckon. Let's put roulette on, because we're not on Snowbird. We do not need to only be using the motorcycle. As much as I love it, we have others that are cool. Tall Tower is tall! What you got for me, Evu friend?
What do you want with me?
I want to hang out with you! This is him? This is the one?
Right. The greeting.
The greeting!
Oho Kali!
Oho Kali! Oh!
Oho Kali!
Oho Kali!
Good. You brought your manners with you.
You have brought your manners with you!
When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that
is this the
explains your
first?
familiarity with Hanu customs.
Hrothgar, who's like had a major-ish, who learned like even a passing role in the
And
MSQ.
you speak truth, of
No,
course.
Runar. I forgot
To
about
live
Runar.
together means to learn about each other.
How could I forget about Runar?
I appreciate an open
Lollyho, look at greeting.
In fact, I get the sense we've met before.
Yeah, I did forget about him. He deserves to not be forgotten about.
You're Wuklamat.
You're Wuklamat! Yeah.
Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wukavu.
Ah!
Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and...
Ah! I'm sorry. Oh. Ah!
Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
No, not. Keep your head.
Keep your head!
I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
All right then, consider it forgotten.
It's like, okay.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float.
I do like him a
It's
lot.
in bad
He's
shape,
wonderful.
and we need you to craft new carrying poles. and
Best
a new
old
eye.
man.
I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
Abokisha. Abokisha.
But while I would like nothing more...
Absolutely makes sense that that's the
I
pronunciation.
just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
Yeah,
What?
let us go get him.
Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey?
Yes!
That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I'm gonna violate your social protocol in a second.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
He's just like me for real. He's actually just like me.
What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
She has smart friends. Like me.
Well,
with my big
maybe a
thonker.
little.
Maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
Okay. Let's go. I'm excited to get something.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
I want to fight a bitch.
That should
I want to
save
do
us
my
some
cool
time.
Dragoon birth phase.
All right then, let's get moving.
Let's get moving. Alright, Viv, level botanist to 100, also miner to 100. My miner is 90. My miner's pretty close. My botanist is somewhere in the 50s, I think.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
It does, I think it was Meteor who said it before, really does feel like a Saturday morning kids villain.
Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out.
The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Very much villain of the week? Yeah, I'm sure that's just his purpose. I can't imagine he's gonna be a major threat throughout the expansion. So if they just want me to hate a guy in the early game, I can hate a guy in the early game. I'm down. I'm hip, I'm cool with it. Cave Kikitola is southwest of Okanu. We can return to the village first, then head there on foot. Kind of far. Kind of far away. Right. Ah! That water is just deep enough. Just deep enough. But my axolotl can float over it with his stubby little legs. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba da ba ba da ba ba. Ba ba da ba ba da ba. Ba ba ba. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba. Southwest of here, was it? Let's be on our way. Hang on, I'm so sorry. It's so fucking hot in my room, and I don't really know why. I have to turn on the air conditioner, which I thought I did already, but I guess I didn't. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Chat, where the hell's the thing? I've misplaced it! I've lost it amongst my dirty desk! I guess that's the consequences of my actions, huh? I guess this is the comeuppance I get. Grr! Ah! Found it! I got it. Everything's okay. Everything is fine. We are chillin', chat. Chillin', vibin', and poggin', as it were. Okay. Alrighty. We're ready. You were asleep during my show last week. How'd it go? It was a lot of fun. We had a really good time. We had a lot of fun. The VOD is up on Mia's channel if you are interested. Mia has the whole VOD. We talked a lot. We talked a lot about games. Talked a lot about games we like. So anyone here at the level 100 dungeon yet? No, I'm not. Not quite there. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da, ba. We're gonna grab this Aether current before we head down here. I know you aren't, Viv. Northwest. West. Right there. I sees ya. I sees ya back there. Give me that shit. Mine! Oh, can I go on these? Oh my god. Holy shit. This game is so goated. I can walk on the lily pads! I am very happy. Very happy, very content. 77 yalms to the southwest? You say? Hi, friend. Hey there. Not the Nightmare. Reddit's a horrible pun. Don't be mean to Nightmare. He's doing his best. He's doing the best he can with what little he has. Cave Kikitola, as promised, home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I would conduct my own search out here. You can spot Abikiha by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. Abikisha. Abikisha. I shall help scout the inside of the cave then. You take the west half and I shall take the east. Fucking healers, don't leave your queues of the level 100 dungeon. Truly the healer strength is harming us all. I can't think the dimmer. Find a chunk of a stone glowing a distinct shade of green. It seems the exact kind of material Linuhana was looking for. I really like the music in this expansion! I picked over the ground near the entrance but found nothing. Did you have better luck outside the cave? He told us? Yeah, that's what that was. That was, Aradeus is the name of that mountain. Yes, this is Abikisha. Along with Kryle's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stone you've brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. Aradeus, I like the mount. I think it's a solid mount. I think it's probably near the bottom of my favorites, which means it'll be ejected for something soon. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be the festival's leader for this year's I want to pronounce it right. Ihihana, right? It's just Ihihana. But when that big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell on me to carry in his stead. That's why you agreed to Uglamat's request despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. This is Endwalker again. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall! With that, let us return and deliver the Abohisha to Wukevu's waiting hands. Let's go! Ba 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 ba. Gonna go all the way over there. All the way. Kaboom! Kappa! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. It's a good theme! It's a good theme! Big fan of the zone music, really and truly. Alright, old man. I got your axe. Come on! Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Uyuipo, one of the Abokisha. Here! For you! I found it! Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting the wings encourages the crops to grow. But not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now to get to work, crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyipuipo's conductivity. I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Akhanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. Back we go! All the way over there. Yeah. Oh, it's just right there. I was so expecting to have to go up all those stairs. But it's literally just directly in front of me. Gathering the Uyuipo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wukevu criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself!" and proceeded to slam his head into an Uyuipo tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles in the new eye, and now we just have to wait for these feathers from the twins. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Nap time! Good night, chat. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? The rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that it'll be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young clairmonts. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Koana out. Friends of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds, something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his inventions firsthand. That sounds like our Koana. One look at the reeds is all he needed to think up of a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed. As soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. You get him? It took some doing, but we had managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of the Wind's Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for miles. And we had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Anvil twirled in the air a moment before he landed on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've brought the wood and the gemstone replacements crafted by Wugevu. All that's left is to attach them. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with the soaking weight on top of it. The rider must be from a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Ihihana, the lifting of wings is only to be held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Wuklamat, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? She's talking. This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wuklamat. I have rules for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozanwaki, which is the sacred likeness of the oh boy, Kishaihi is ensconced. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Wugevu is finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. Clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wugevu with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridge to the strides of the sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. Okay. All the way down there. the water. I didn't think I was going to be able to jump over these, and I don't really know why I thought that. I don't really know why that was a thought in my brain. As Linohanu said, Kozan-Nuaki should be down this way, then off to the east when the path branches. Then something about bridges and the stride of the sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of the Kishaihi? Kishaihi? Kishaihi. Alright, chat, it's a mandatory thing. The first actual fight we have to do. I don't think we're gonna get to do very much to it, unfortunately. Aha! I can't go there either. Have to go all the way up here. Alright, that looks like another one. Maybe this time it'll be 2 enemies. Oh my god, I was right. Still no room for Stardiver. Couldn't even get through a full combo. Utterly tragic, frankly. Up here somewhere. Oh, that's so many flags! Look at them all! The people of my kind. Hey, I found you. Gib. Another one? Over here somewhere? Where the objective is as well, but also another Aether Current. Porcino Los Dos. I'll touch the objective first, I suppose. I guess! Maybe this time I'll get the Stardiver. Finally got to do my thing, so you know what? I'll absolutely take it. Let me grab the Aether Current that's over here. Somewhere. Somewhere over here. To the east. To the east where? Northeast? Give that to me. We are free. 1,092 yams to the southwest. That's a little bit of a hike for me, if I'm being honest. Little bit much of a trek. Da ba 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 da, da ba 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 da ba da. Ah! I have to go up the ramp again! Again! Every time I come here. It's like they're all in the same place or something. Alrighty. Who's got a better solution than just fix the problem, huh? Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kishai. The Hanu deity of the harvest. It reminds me of something I saw in Academia Anadir. Reminds her of Phoenix. One of the ancients' creations. Which is possible a vestigial memory of that time endured. A subconscious recollection from the inheriting soul providing the basis for an entirely new religion. It's fucking Phoenix! I have no idea what that means. As far as I know, Kishai was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent. Then mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Linuhanu? He'll want to know the path is safe for procession. Right, and I will need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Da ba ba. Meanwhile, in Akhanu? Yeah? What's going on out there? Oh. Oh no.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
You heard one hair on his little kitty head.
The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an
I will end
brute
you.
like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We're more than willing to kill you. Yeah, that's so good.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry.
Yeah. We have a two-headed problem.
She's on her way back already?
She's real fast.
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
Little bird.
Could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again.
I was pronouncing it right! Let's go.
This is a priceless treasure. And as festival leader, I would die to protect it.
Very well, if that's what you want.
What the fuck, man? Yes! Get him!
Everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Can I get a solo duty? Can I kick his ass now?
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Tell him, Alice. Fucking tell him.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crash
Solo
each
duty!
turn, or all together, if you like.
Let me in! This is not putting me in! Do not stop this fight. I want to beat this man's ass so bad.
Chosen one. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Let me beat his ass. Let me do it.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts.
Lucky for you.
Lucky for you! I'm gonna wear his skin like a little suit.
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
I'll cling to his fucking neck in a second. God. Hate that guy.
Talk to us, third promise. You're not dying, are you?
What?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yeah, we are.
Yes. Yes, we
The new Hanu smile. Viv smile. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against the two-head... I may as well have not been there at all. Nonsense! You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. Ba-da-ba. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finishing as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that the Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oh, Hokali. See, I remember. Oh, Hokali. I have to say. I have to slash say. Slash S. Oh, Hokali. Oh, Hokali! What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that the Ihivhana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not that their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. Just finished the final dungeon, started queue for final trial, now expect good? Hell yeah. There's nothing to look forward to anymore. Oh, golly! Oh, golly! The festival is about to begin? What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there! Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on all of us, but the lifting of the wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Helping someone with the first trial and it's going swimmingly. We have died twice! Without the Ihihana, life feels so empty. Oh, Kali! Oh, Kali! Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? Ah! They were not lying about the uptick in difficulty. That is kind of what I've heard from everybody. That is the consensus I have been seeing. The Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine. That as well. Once your friends return, the lifting of the wings can begin at last. I'm really excited to get an instance. I want to hit something so bad. And you know what it rules? That's so exciting!
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukevu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith.
They're anything like the Vanu. They can't resist the dance.
The lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Off we go!
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only...
I love his glasses!
It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers. A commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Long and fruitful!
Listen well, friends! The person
I've
in
listened.
here today is Wuklamat!
Yeah!
Savior of our beloved festival!
Yay, Wuklamat! Yeah!
Or your feathers fall out! But do not even think of dropping her!
You better not. Kills them on the spot if they do. Chicken for dinner. Ba 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 ba. Look at him go! I love the way they go!
Empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Yeah! It does look like it would make Muklamat seasick, though.
Well, well, well.
It does look like a motion sickness causing sort of event.
We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulung Jaja.
My god, yeah, how did they fit him on that? He's a big guy.
We've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozaduaki!
Onward to Katsurueki! You've done it! You made it on the way over here. Ah.
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
Y'all know how I feel about Phoenix, right? Fucking love Phoenix. What the fuck? They thought this shit wasn't magic? What the hell? They didn't think this was magical?
The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying
Okay.
energy.
Alright, sure, I guess.
Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
It shoots lasers! You didn't think this was magic? Okay. You thought the same, but it's explained. Feels super weird at first watch. It's a little... The statue shoots lasers, you know? Like, I don't mind the plot point. It's just a little... Like, it's not subtle.
Like a literal charm.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing. To think that such a
Past
thing
years
was
did not
even
shoot lasers.
possible.
I choose to believe that they were all just so into it that none of them noticed the lasers. They were like, I don't think so. I don't know. Magic? I don't know. It's just a statue. It's been just over there. How could I possibly forget Kryla's here? How could I ever? Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by festival fever. At last I saw they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished. Yeah!
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
It's still better, regardless. There's more.
You've got nothing to fear on that account.
Oh?
Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task.
Well, we got more than that, that's for sure.
That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication.
We are
What's
just that
more,
good.
I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic, and
I guess
reducing
that
Ihihana
definitely
to
implies
hollow
there were less
theater.
lasers.
Kona!
Kona! Hi, Kona.
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
He really said just pot. Just pot.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity.
You made all those words up right now,
It
Alphino.
utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
What do you mean, Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy
Like, are
floats.
you friends with Forsha now?
Well,
Do we have mutual
that was a
friends?
really clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
Yeah, the potion didn't have a festival in it.
so much fun.
Nerd.
Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana.
It's a lot to know.
With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
You would do a good job, learn after learning and being good.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn
They're so
either.
sweet to each
I'll
other.
never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
Stones, please.
So this is what they look like.
Tiny rock, big hand.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
Oh,
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
easy peasy.
And on to the next.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
A third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
As Dawn Servant! Even more party time next time.
For now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
Aren't they? Wholesome beginning of game questline. Wholesome and cute. Nothing to write home too much about, but so far so cute.
Contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
For win we must. You're gonna have to see how well you do with the spear through both faces, but you know. You'll do great, I'm sure. My journey has just started and already I've met so many wonderful people. Luke Evu for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone can stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hana. It warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through the Ihihana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking of who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Sabali of Tyre. Definitely butchering that one. Got some Aether Current quests to do, but we have to come back to this area at least once. That's judging by this down here, so we can worry about those then. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march onwards toward Urkel Pacha. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. Yay! I've been waiting for what feels like days, and I've eaten enough of Burke Evu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkel Pacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn Throne, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkel Pacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But to take heart, when it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Goes with you. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca! I'm with you, Gryle. These animals can traverse Urkupacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they'll fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea. Alpacas are native to Tural. Eorzea has its chocobos and the eastern lines of their horses. Why go through the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good. I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, and as you should know, they take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go. A fair price for your fair advice. Yes! I made a trade with the third promise herself! My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this. But what if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkupacha? Then that's what we'll do. God. How do you read? Wuklamat, tell me.
Sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea.
This is nice.
Indomitable and determined.
Nice and pretty.
Rises from Urkupacha.
I wish it was daytime.
Peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty.
I mean, you did do that, didn't you, Valley?
Calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent. What great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
I think that very much depends on whoever the fuck lives here. It's the guy we just talked to though, right? Like that. I forgot what they're called already. Pelu?
So this is Urkupacha. I've never actually been here before.
It's a little dark.
The air is so crisp and clear.
But the air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
Sure,
That is
yeah.
Walker Sormor, the tallest mountain in Tural.
Walker Sormor.
Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
That motherfucker's a dungeon.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuklamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places.
Hello, friend. Nice hair.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bolnok, a weaver by trade.
Bolnok.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpello.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal? Is that a local beverage?
Give it to me now. Required.
It's an Urgopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Agave heart juice?
Yes, and it must have done wonders
Give it
for
to
my
me.
mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal. Ah, but listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travel.
Safe travels!
Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
It is important.
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
That's wonderful.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliola. Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas.
The sturdy alpacas.
They are effusive.
Those are the best kind of alpaca.
And many's the customer who
You don't want a flimsy alpaca.
They bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
I love how naggy he is. First, close. Just about. Shortcut. Meow. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Chad, I drank too much water. I have to pee again. Pun. Welcome to the stream. You're in charge while I go pee. If anyone gets their Celine, please erase them from existence with your mind, if you don't mind terribly. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. Ah! And I'll drink water also. I will also drink water while I am doing that. Okay, I'll be right back. Did I get you? Did I spook you, chat? Are you spooked? Truly and thoroughly? If not, stop fucking lying! Stop lying to me! Alrighty. Here we are. New zone, new me. The world is full of charm and happiness. Just like yours truly. This is it. Wakun Pello, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all this way for the rite of succession. Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please, please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady. I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. Ahem. What did we just talk about? Evanville! When did you... Ah! A Shatona from far-off Tural. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I am not in need of another set of clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course! My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let's us all take Erenville's words of caution to heart. Aye aye, Captain. There's an aether current like right over there though, and I really want to go get it. So if you wouldn't mind giving me like a moment, like a second. Seven yums to the west. Ah. Ah! I see ya. I see ya up there. Touch! Alright. Alright, friends. I'm here. I'm ready. What are we doing? Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Kryl, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. Wuklamat, you and Aaronville might try approaching travelers and passerby. Vivian, pray investigate any of the other establishments that catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba. Distillery worker. The Dawn Servant's Elector. Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care who sits on the throne so long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Ah, speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. No. Oh, right, yes, you were asking about that Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I heard tell there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our lead hedger, Todley, could probably tell you more about it. Ba-ba-da-ba! Electors. Oh, yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking for a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zeralja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our spheres of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No. No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zeralja or his policies. Okay, whore. That's... Hello there. I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not too long ago. Todley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Todley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Wook-limat. Wook-limat. You really have to watch yourself around those silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was that enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Todley is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd show where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher. Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay the visit before the others return. Back I go! Woogly-but! Alpaca time. Ee-hee-hee-hee. Oh, that's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Oh, yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't. Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley offers mentions of his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Though who among us could? Among us! Who among us could? I said that, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough? All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't refuse. No problem at all. Among us! You can't be serious, Yugi! Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we might think it be Toby. We think might be Toby. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Oh, well, obviously I'm not Tobley. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. I'm a visitor from across the salt. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit on you if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. I see. Ah! Where the hell is it bound? You'd think I'd know this, having done so much Palace, but I actually don't remember where our Peacock is bound. Whatever. You think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have ridden more alpacas than I. Am I Tobley? Yes. Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise in our entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the ride in succession, then? It's bound to num slash? Yeah, but I guess, yeah, but I'm an idiot, so I didn't get it. I'm the dumbest bitch in the West. No, not that slash, like the key on the keyboard slash. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. I don't remember who was here. Boastful. The loud, boastful fellow. I suppose he could be Tobley. Only one way to find out. Nothing would make me happier than knowing your identity. So how about we make a deal and you tell me the truth? I have money. Then I agree to your trade. Done and done. As for my part of the bargain, I am not Tobley, not the head ledger, and not the head rancher. Just a humble ranch hand. You're not him! Damn it, Vivian, I trusted you. That coin could have bought me 300 gourmet tacos. No, I can't let this taco tragedy distract me from what matters most. We need to determine which one is Tobley. Alright, then it's definitely the fucking one who said that it's him. He seemed unconvincing to me, but if that's your choice, then that's who we'll talk to. Makes Lamont spend all her money. Probably I offer you a deal. The truth of who you are in exchange for a tidy sum. What do you say? I say hand over the coin. Truth is, I'm not even a ranch hand. I'd just like to come by and watch the alpacas. What? You don't even work here? I knew I should have gone with my gut on this one. But now's not the time to mourn wasted coin. We need to regroup and rethink this. Well, if my smart little brain knows anything, I think it might be the diligent ranch hand. If my test-taking skills are ever going to come up again. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobley, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. Ah! An offer I gladly accept. And you have guessed correctly. I am indeed Tobley, head leader of Wakanpelo and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulul Jaja's chosen electors. Ah! In a place featured in the Tulialal saga, just as we thought. Though it took more coin than I would have liked to know for certain. She found him out fair and square, Tobley. And I'm glad she did. It would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Yeah, it only took us 3 tries.
Right. Not hard at all.
Not hard at all. Ah, there he is.
Zorolja.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley. That's part of the test.
Stabs that one. That's one way to know.
You're Tobley.
Alright, that was kind of sick as hell.
Without even asking a single question.
That was kind of sick. I won't lie.
Indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dunservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one.
In the 10s column.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Okay.
While I've not had the best experience
Yeah?
with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a
Tamed
challenge.
alpacas are docile.
Bring out the example!
The example, in quotes. Hello, the example.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. That little monster spat on me! Oh, that stinks.
Oh, poor baby.
I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an
The
awful
example.
stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed.
Okay.
We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
Thank you for the nice world building. It's quite nice. Let's get this over with.
Well, good. But did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you,
This is what you talked about where you're pretty sure people will complain. I mean, I'm complaining, right?
allies are not permitted to assist with their catching.
It's not a great split. It's not a fantastic split. I don't think any of the splits are. I think every split is the worst part of its own expansion. Some of them are a lot better than the others, though. Like the Shadowbringer split,
Chase down
solid.
a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule.
As I said,
This split isn't great,
granted me the freedom
but that's
to
okay.
decide my challenge.
We're more than halfway through it. We'll be out of it soon.
And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
That was so menacing for such a silly little man in a duck mask. Yeah.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
All yield to strength.
So far, this experience
lore.
has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
Look at her face, man.
But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength. Like your brother said.
Are you alright, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
Yeah!
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
At least it's cute. It definitely is cute.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Let's go get a packer. Yeah, like it for its cute characterization. Definitely does that good. Does cute characterization really well. And does world building pretty solid. Introduces us to, you know, two of the allied societies. Not amazing storytelling, but not everything can be an epic every time. Yeah, 100%. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to be sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Quest accepted. Sniff Wuklamat. Smell her. Do it now. As Wuklamat helped demonstrate, the valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle. We infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes its fitting beast. Wonderful! Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten that we're a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. I need the Wuklamat Pog! I need it so bad. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to guild, that comes to about 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. He worked during the Ha meme. Exactly. She fits in a lot of the cat memes, I think. In that case... That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I could turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right, I panicked and got confused with Alphino's million gil. She is bad at math. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I just... I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with the deal making. Oh, hello again. Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I ate them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes along to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's go about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I can use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It'll be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With the Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly. Vivian, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. I don't know why sage advice would help with, like, bartering, but, you know. I guess I can give you as many sage tips as you want. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca will. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing. But I'll leave the world with Vivian anyway. The better to keep my hands free. Ba, ba, ba. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. We have to do that TikTok trend from a couple years ago with the, like, I'm trading an item every day until I can get my paperclip to a car or something. Yeah, this is quest in a nutshell. Alright. That's fine. Fine by me. Da ba ba da ba da ba da. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle is it? And how much will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover a single of the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I'd like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of the quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hang on, did you say the Third Promise? My offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zoral Job will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Harumph! Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of those Peru pray for your victory, Wuklamat. Wait, mezcal's a real thing? I didn't know mezcal was a real thing. I have to try it now. I have to get some while I play 14. For next stream, maybe. I'll try. It's a liquor? Even better. I mean, sorry, I hardly know her. Yeah. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future like the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced for the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well done. I guess I'd better make sure I win this contest. Thought it was just Fantasy Tequila? Yeah, I kinda did too. It's really cool to know it's a real thing. That's really awesome, actually. That's a good job. Good. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. Now, I may not have a head or trade or the stomach for the alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tulialal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. thinking? Yeah, that guy! I remember that guy! Of course! The Weaver. Belknap was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say that he agreed with my vision and was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now let's head back to that road where we first met him. Aye aye, Captain. Didn't think the stock market will be in 14. Remembers market board, wait a minute, yeah. A lot of 14 is predicting the value of things far in advance and making money that way. Level 90 alpaca. This is the spot. After Belknap talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikovlo's Inn. Most visitors to Watch and Pello end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? We shall! What's up, Sky? Hello, hello. How are you? How have you been enjoying the Dawn Trail? Where? But where? I love Dawn Trail! Good. You're almost finished with it? Hell yeah, I just started today. We're going slow as hell and looking for aether currents and shit, you know. You know how it goes. 81 yalms to the south? It's up there? Yeah, I cannot get up there for sure. Level 107, let's go! You just beat the final dungeon? I thought you were queuing up for the trial. Or was I mistaken? Can I have that basket, Vivian? For you. Final dungeon was great, dead ends could never. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Belknap, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise. You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? You beat it? Oh, let's go! Good shit! Congratulations, Crazy! Happy Dawn Trail! I see. So the goal is to turn a basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tural is what allowed me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Belknap. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. Ba 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 da. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Vivian remembered our Weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Vivian, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erenville would never let me hear the end of it. What if I lose the poncho though, huh? All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade! That was a very interesting bespoke animation. I wonder if that gets used, it's gonna get used in the, society quest. For them. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individually in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We'll find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There's any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. They might be interested in travelers. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? Lad and Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja, who soldier for a living, prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Alright. Arms, poncho. Arms, nothing? Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. Oh, dear friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on my way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tulialal, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I'm a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me! Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho! This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We would be willing to part with it if you would like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Meeplu's mate garden for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. I want to see you with the poncho. It's fine. Did you hear that? We already found our next buyer. To Meeplu's mate's garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. Those ones will be the calm type, right? Excellent trade! found you. Well, then, recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer, if you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. We do the thing! We give it to Light Mage. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. Thank you. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mabla was so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Alpaca! And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit, please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. What the fuck is that? Holy shit. You've a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu could never have become traveling merchants. Could you imagine walking all the way across Tural? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Warkor Zamor, wasn't that the name? A foreboding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. The running animation on the alpacas, I know. Look at him go. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there. To the highlands something something. I missed it, I was looking at the alpacas. So Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I'd love it. I'd love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. They have bunny tails. If I could help you buy the taming saddle though, then it'd be proof that I could do this after all. In that case, you best get ready to be a merchant. I'll hear the cactors. Not a cactor. I wonder how you get this mount. I'm sure it's, the Allied Society mount. For these babies. But I don't think that's out yet, so I don't think you can get it. We made it, and without a single smelly instant. I sent the alpacas back to Kulvlo's Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Totally took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them. Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for an opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet, here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatches. Add that to Wuklamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. Cal! Welcome! Ah, DAWNTRAIL! I know. That's Meeplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. Oh, I am having a wonderful time, Gil. I'm loving this expansion so far. I can't wait for, like, a battle content. It's still kind of in the weeds and they're just doing the cute character development at the beginning, but I'm really enjoying it. I love New Dragoon. I love this job so much now. I love it so much. This button is allowed to stay, and I never thought I would say that. I would miss Life Surge if they took it away from current Goon. I would miss it. It feels good to use now. It's wild. You have that little axe for me. Yes. Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. Guess that's a good thing considering you wanted to go before. It is. It is. It's still stupid that it's considered Dragoon's defensive ability. It's still not that. But the fact that you get 3 points to use it instead of 1 means that you, like, actually save them for burst windows, which is really cool, and I like it. You're Meeplu, owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. What have you been playing, Cal? The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. Sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Meeplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? Doing Scholar and Sage and MSQ content and slowly leveling up Picto? Hell yeah! I've been doing Dragoon. I'm probably going to be doing Trust for Dungeons, so I don't have to worry about queues, but I've been doing my roulettes on Paladin and Picto for Alliance raids. It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third presence's good graces. The third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatches. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Buklamat, and that's why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair, given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for this transaction. How about this, then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kwana's reforms come about, I can always use my hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Vivi and I have mate together. Oh, no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Showing the new DPS things for Scholar and Sage, even though it's just 1 new button, especially on Sage, you have to train yourself to use it now, I bet, yeah? Because it's just a 60-second bonk you move, right? Off to the fields! Off to the fields! Harvest the mate! Yeah, I haven't fucked around with Sage too much. I have played a little bit of Astro. Played Astro and White Mage, which is wild, cause, the healers I played last X-Pack were the shields. And explicitly not White Mage and Astro. So sick if the game just became a farm sim for the next 12 hours. That's kinda... That's kind of the beginning of every expansion. You run around and you help people with their farming. This is like a kind of a constant thing. Sage keep forgetting the AoE dot. That's I think the best addition. I think it's wild that Sage got one and no one else did. I think they could give Scholar Shadow Flare right now and we would be fine. Or not Shadow Flare, Bane. They could give Scholar Bane. I guess they could give Scholar Shadow Flare, but they should give Scholar Bane. You brought me some leaves then. I did. I got them. Yeah, it's technically, it's an AoE dot in the same sense that fucking Bowshock is, but like, that doesn't, an acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions though. If it's not something you actively maintain, it doesn't really count as a dot. IMO. Circle of Scorn is an AoE dot, right? Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, is this the only one you have to maintain now? I guess Shadow of Death, kinda. Sucks they took away the double dot stage before we even got to play it? Yeah. It was my biggest bummer from the patch notes, but it was a pipe dream at the in the best of times, right? Premium, Nate. Bought at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Goodbye! Nablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Toddley's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Toddley to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Toddley had the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than to worry what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? Should we try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. You're holding your own against such a strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Ah, am I really holding my own against Quana and Zoralja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wuklamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. The sussiest Viv look. She's like, you're acting suspicious. Suspicious. Excellent trade. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Arnva's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Should Aether Compass around here? Yeah, that's why we do it. Hey, look at that. How get up? Over there. That's how. Aether Current. 15 per zone. That's what that looks like. We'll say because people can't travel, Dynamo queues aren't bad at all. No. The highest queue I've seen has been like 20. I have not seen a queue higher than somewhere in that ballpark. Ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-da. Little to the north. Aha! I see you up there. Thought you could hide from me, did you? Mine eyes pierced the night. Give me. Can I knock it up there from here? Oh my lord. I'll cry. No! 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 Oh, hold on. Hold on. I don't think I can make it from here to anywhere. Unless... Could also just go up there. 377 of the south. Yeah, crazy. If you live on Dynamis, the queues are even better. Believe it or not. I do, yeah. Hey! Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Slash. Hey, Slash. Look. Look what I found. Eat you. They put you in the game. Alright, you're getting started, Ivan. I want to use this move so bad. Please. Please let me. I prithee. Oh, I never picked it up. Yeah, the spelling, like, you know, I've seen T-E-R-R-A or something like that a lot. You were the only T-E-R-R-A-H that I had consciously been aware of. Until that person right there. That's up there, I reckon. Alright, we head back. Bender Koro. Ba ba da ba ba da ba da ba ba da ba ba. This might be more efficient. Pretty zone! Pretty zone at night. These enemies look so fucking sick. Like, what are they? What manner of creature is this? It's a vile thing. Vile monster. Unbeknownst creature. Dog lizard. Or if it's Elden Ring, you just call it dog and move on with your life. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Godly. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a man of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in gossip. If you could talk to the people here in the distillery, Vivian, perhaps Wuklamak could do the same for the entire village. And meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Dog Pope! You know what, I give up. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolal. I often come here to buy Godly's mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customers. He always brings out the jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff so well myself. So I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled I'd agree to whatever price he quotes me at. I would just be nice to have less potent refreshments during conversations. Else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Yeah, I mean, if it does make you feel any better, Crazy. Twitch mobile typing is awful, I know. I understand. And, like, 99% of the time, I feel like I pick up what you're putting down. Like, usually I get it. Usually. Like, there are times it hasn't. I'm sure you remember. But, oftentimes, I get it. I understand. Godly might be Godly might have a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. He'll present himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though he'd be laughed out of the sun perch. Well, like a book, my poker face is worthless. We're not playing poker, and also, you are infected with a neurotoxin that increases its potency the longer you're in proximity to me, and gives me like a limited amount of mind control. So like, there's not much I can say about Godly, but I can tell you what Godly's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around around agave jaws. That's where the field where they gather ingredients for mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of the product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't really bring joy to people when you can't keep making the thing they love. It's okay if we start doing the Lakshmi charm dance. Absolutely. 100%. Alright, someone make a mod. That's the Lakshmi charm dance, but like orange. So what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Godly's working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wuklamat. Ba ba da ba. You have business with me, madam. Why don't we talk down below so as to not distract the alpaca from his work? I just was like, what alpaca? And I turned and I saw at the last second the alpaca running in circles doing the windmill. So, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would, I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of maple leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have use for any of them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat away over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Monsters in the agave fields. Let's hold on that one. We need to consider our timing. Sorry, I'm dumb. The distaste for the strong drink. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Hobigo Chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance. And brewed with the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hobigo friend. I had not realized that I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with the added value in mind, no sack of leaves was worth the mezcal you're after. Shall we offer to kill the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit. I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think that your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there is no such thing as being too prepared, and if first impressions last, you'll be wearing your very best when you walk into Valak Sunsha. It would be such a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime supply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but what we can provide with is the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bal Nak, and his works are highly regarded in Tilialal. As a supporter of Wuklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one which I would like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping out to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew that you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Vivian and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Belnuk. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wakanpelo. Be safe. We go. Wee-hee-hee. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Come, Ramu, we're going hiking. Ba ba da, ba ba da, ba da, ba da, ba ba da. There it is. Ba ba da, ba da da ba da, ba ba. Ah! I made it. Nobody panic. Stop panicking. Everybody chill. Skib. Ah! Sorry, Torgal. I smushed the dog. It's terrible. Ba 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 ba. Okay, before we talk to Wood Lamont. Important. Make sure he knows he's a good boy. That could be agave jaws just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Okay. Okay. Where am I going? To destination? Okay. Ba ba da ba, ba ba da ba da da ba. Got 2 more distractions to use. Come on. You gotta. No! You fucking died so fast! Ah! I'm too strong for the normal enemies. Whirlwind thrust! Kabam. Alright, Wiglamat. I did it. Are you proud of me? Compared to the other creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Words are so hard. So very difficult. Okay. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Kabam! Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bull Nook, as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one who inspired me to come this far, third promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. That's so sweet. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand, for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. They are going to be very good friends, I think. I think they get along very well with each other. Excellent trade. Even at the palace, I don't think I've ever held a 10,000 pelt jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havel's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. This is it. The trade we've been working towards. Blah blah blah! Phew. Still in one piece? Right. Time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing! A few measly clumps of wool? What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zurl Ja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. This trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. That's what they said at the beginning. They will never cheat you. They'll always honor their bargains. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other works that need finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. She did it! We did it! The saddle is ours. And to think we started out with only 100 pelt baskets of alpaca wool. Mablu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Feat accomplished! Flaming saddle! Whole scene is just so much energy. Yeah, exactly. Very much so. Energy is a really good way to put it. Yeah, exactly. That, 100%. That's kind of been my entire interpretation of Wukulmat so far. Funny if you said the DAWNTRAIL jiggle sounds like London Bridge is falling down and I cannot hear it. Oh no. You've acquired the saddle then. Yes, and in thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. And now I have cursed you all with this knowledge as well. Pretty lady, pretty lady, pretty lady. I know. This is something I need to learn. She's so afraid. You can do it. Great sunken gods, I did it. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent which that saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. The earrings, I know! I know. You're only now noticing that. Zarolja, he's back. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck do you have? Having done exactly what he set out to do. The alpaca he's brought. Is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say that the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. Damn. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with an overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than to risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuklamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tulialal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth, they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son need to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. That is why Galul Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed on many distant horizons. He would not unite not only Tuliolal, but the star in its entirety. Oh, I see the problem. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? Might be the stupidest villain plan in the entire FF franchise. I'll plunge everything into war so folks appreciate peace. I mean, it's literally Varys's without the racism. It's literally the same plan. The comparison to the Garlean Empire is apt, I think. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. Every time Toby starts talking, I feel like they should start and end with a quack. Like, honestly. They do all wear duck masks. I did not get an explanation of the duck masks that I was hoping for. Yeah. I'll ponder Zeralja and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle and I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orankanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wutlamak off on her hunt. In Endwalker, it was the final days that more or less united Eorzea as well, but at least that wasn't a manufactured crisis. I mean, to be fair, once again, the, every single crisis that ever faced the, world, or at least Calamity, was a manufactured crisis. Literally, the Garlean Empire's existence was a manufactured crisis. And that Selk is good at what he does. Yeah. The Alligans, manufactured crisis. I mean, technically, the Final Days was a manufactured crisis, right? Manufactured by Medion. And Hermes to an extent. I can do this. I know I can. Cheer up, Wuklamot! You can do it, Wuklamot! Oh wait, new feature! New feature!
Good luck there, Promise!
Good luck there, Promise! Suddenly voice acting.
I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
Tural is their home too! Yeah!
Right. I'm off.
Good luck! Break a leg, please don't though!
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Oh, we're having a picnic. We're having a picnic while Wuklamot catches an alpaca. Good expansion.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
It's true.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
He's so pretty, man. Oh my god.
Aren't you a Shitona from Jacques Tural? Why did you
Shitona.
cross this
And
out?
it's Jacques Tural. I've been pronouncing that wrong the whole time.
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me.
This is the Erenville backstory that I've wanted this whole time.
But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Charlian.
He's so
As one of a number, I
pretty.
could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature, And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Our words alone moved you to leave behind everything
Wow.
you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place.
Oh, I really
Yet,
like him.
Events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then,
Dude, the fucking lighting, man.
We all have our reasons for seeking
God,
Golden
this game looks
City.
so good now. Viv down bad? I think Aaronville is, like, exceedingly hot. I do.
Which is all the more
I
reason
just
for
fucking
us to
look at him,
work
man.
together.
I just... Like, why is he gotta have the little bit of cleavage? Like, what? He is so pretty. You did tell me. You
Just
did warn
so.
me. I was warned. I didn't think... I didn't think he was gonna be that pretty. It's been a whole night. Is she okay?
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Where's the Bonkradine?
Wait.
It's called...
Do you hear that?
I don't even know what their name is called. I think it's just called Metal Pipe. It's 3,000 points. Yeah, Metal Pipe. That's the Bonkradine. I do have a Bonk emote. I believe it's sub only though. Very sorry. She did it!
I did it.
She did it! Oh, she's EP. She got hit with the down for the count. It's just healing her.
Utterly spent. And small wonder.
Literally up all night hunting alpacas. Ah! God fucking Christ. Oh my god.
Third promise.
Holy shit. My fucking heart. Found the Bonkradine, I suppose.
The ranch isn't going
You
anywhere.
found it.
Take a rest in the tent.
Take a rest in the tent. Oh my god, Kale! Wait.
Thank you all for believing in me.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know why the alert didn't go off for it, but thank you. What a hero. A hero to the garden. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely. The pipe noise is also broke? Hang on. Y'all aren't hearing that? I'm hearing that. Which is weird. But why? But why, pray Jan? I'm just gonna restart it. See if that helps. It was working earlier. When you sub to people, you should try to do it so there's no notification because you don't really want the attention. You just like to quietly support. That's like the sweetest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Thank you. That's so nice. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's try this now. God! Yeah, it works. I don't know. I don't know. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Right of the Dragon! Wuklamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, but hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt her away her fatigue like magic, though? Make tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. Hee, Viv Vod. Alright, I have a new move. I would like to test it out on the alpacas. You. I do this. Alright, new move time. Ready? Ready? I will not lie. It is dope as shit. I pulled that dragon from beneath the earth, and I said, say hello. And he said, hi. How long do I get that? I get Dragon Slice for... Okay, so after I use Dragonfire, I get 30 seconds to do that, and it's an OGCD. I guess it literally... Oh, wait a minute. This is an OGCD too, right? Ability, yeah. So, they didn't actually remove any of Dragoon's jumps, at least at 100. They just replaced the two, Spine Shatters with Rise of the Dragon and Starcross. Good. Good. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wuklama can't be that far behind. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Glug, glug. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes. There's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zeralja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born once every few decades. They're elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tulialal, in a time when the mountain giants and the Yakui held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear my grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Galul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yakui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched champ companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Galul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what the visitor decided to do next. Galul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed that we take the road to peddle our beverages, The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Galul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. Itinerant. I've never heard of the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Galul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures. Well, an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, third promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordered— Viv, I need you to think very slow. Aye, Captain. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in the true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which have earned you your keystone. Thank you. Two down. 5 more to go. You're well on your way, third promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I ever could say. Oh, she's gonna do it now! Okay, cool. Totally. I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parents, allow me to say one thing. I have always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear that you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler. I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, third promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakhoi. End of the alpaca arc? Yeah, unfortunately. I'm sure there will be more alpaca. They're very native to here. To the land we will be in. But I believe this is the end of the alpaca arc. They once ruled over more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Tural and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakhoi have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. She's so fucking pretty. She's so fucking pretty. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Kryl. I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we finished the feat, where did you acquire that earring? Ah. The expressiveness on her little potato face. My earring. Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like that became fashionable in Yogg-Tural around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago. Right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied that the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tulialal and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She is a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoral Ja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Terrifying, even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuklamot. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Yay! Alpaca arc! It feels good to have the Feet of Gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales before Zoral Ja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zabali... Oh god. Zabali of Tai. Zabali of Tai. Zabali of Tai? This one I really need to hear. I really need to hear this one. The contest has hardly begun. Okay. Back to Tuliala. And chat. I think that's probably a pretty decent spot to end today. That was like a very solid end of the arc spot. We're past our end of time anyway. I think that's where we call it. I think that's day 1 of our DAWNTRAIL MSQ. And look at this pretty lady who's been with us the whole time. Look how gorgeous she is. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know? You know. Chat. Howdy. Hello. If you don't know me, hi. Hello, hello, hello. I'm Viv. I stream Final Fantasy XIV and a bunch of other things occasionally, sometimes, every once in a while. Most of the time, though, I stream Final Fantasy XIV. I also make shorts on it, of which you can expect a great deal more with the new expansion coming out for Final Fantasy XIV. If you're interested in that, prithee, type exclamation point socials into the chat. That'll bring up my link tree. There will bring you to all of the shorts websites that you would normally be able to access all my shorts on. Those would be TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram Reels. On that site, there is also a link to my Twitter, where I scream and yell and cry. I announce my streams, and I kind of just comment on people's shit. I vibe on Twitter. I very much vibe on there. I also have a VOD channel, which has every single Viv Vod from the beginning of time until now. If you're interested in any Viv content, and there is no Viv Live at the current moment, that's the place to go. Every single Viv Vod from the beginning of time until now. And your offline Viv exists there. Finally, most importantly of all, if you type exclamation point Discord into the chat, that'll bring up the Discord. There you can hang out, you can chill, you can vibe, you can pog, you can have a wonderful time, you can even hang out with me. Because I'll be around there. That is the best place to hang out with me outside of stream. I'm very active. We're also going to have a movie night at some point, probably not this week again. I know I have to keep delaying it because I keep having shit come up, but I'm having shit come up, so I can't do it this week. We will be planning it when it's coming up in the Discord. So if you want to be a part of that movie night, make sure you're in the Discord so you can get notifications about it and pings, and you can hang out with people and all that good stuff. I think that's a chat. I think that's it. We are going to find somebody to raid. It is Spooky Day, but Spooky is not streaming at the moment, it appears. I think she was on earlier, and I think she went like all day, and now it's not going anymore. So what I think we're going to do is raid Violent Destruction. It's been a minute since we raided Violent Destruction. So everyone, please make sure that Violent Destruction knows that we are the angriest stream on Twitch. And I'll see y'all next time. Thank you all for coming, everybody. Until tomorrow, when we are back at it with more DAWNTRAIL MSQ. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.